All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The volume is up. The volume is up. And we are already here. Wow, those days are passing so quickly. All right, no audio. It's a sunny day. Gentleman taking position there? No. Just left. Boom. Got out of the door. All right, guys. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Here we go. That's a Johnny. Like, look at that. Saying hi. Look at how everybody's saying hi. They're going crazy. Are they leaving or are they coming? What's going on here? Why is he getting out? Getting confused here. I'm getting slightly confused. Actually, there's this guy with the white hair here. Actually, I think I saw him yesterday. That he's also streaming after. I saw him on another channel doing some commentary. Pretty cool stuff, I have to say. I think he lives in the area. Nice. It's funny to recognize him now. I was watching him like on the other lady that it's a persecutor. Alright, I don't know what's happening here. I have no idea. Is this the right channel, right? Yeah, it is the right channel. We are in the right place. Yeah, we're in the right place. I think maybe there's a little bit of delay or something. Yeah, this lady right here, like Emily D. Baker. She, of course, is a lawyer or like a judge or like something in that capacity. So, very much also having expertise with this. It's not just about commentary. It's also about like really knowing what's up, what could happen also legally and so on and so forth. Anyway, guys, don't forget already like the chat. The more likes we get, you know, the more the chat grows. That would be freaking awesome. We keep company with each other. That's better. The more, the merrier. So hit the like button. Bam. Like I said yesterday, at least something gets hit in this whole show. Well, apart from Johnny, probably we got hit very much. I also found, guys, I made a video that is gonna go up 4 o'clock. I also found this letter of Jennifer Orwell's to Whitney Heard. And I don't know if this is already big. I have no idea. So, you know, I kind of a little bit exaggerated. No, not exaggerated, but, you know, like bombshell letter. Like I did a thumbnail to attract a little bit attention. But frankly, for me, actually, it's big news. So I suppose this is a letter to Amber Heard's sister, Whitney, and I think this is ex-boss that was working on a charity. She's the owner of this charity, whatever. And I find this letter to Whitney absolutely revealing. I was like, whoa, like this is really telling the truth. And also proving, basically, it's literally proving that Whitney was lying yesterday on the stand. So it's gonna go up at it's gonna go up around 4:30, I think, the video. Let's see how many we are. Like the phone just went off. Guys, don't forget to like, please. I'm gonna remind you every now and then because it makes a huge difference. Since we are here, it like really makes a huge difference. Just click the like I click the like of, but you click the like on my video, like bam, click that like, bam, click that like, bang. That letter is on Reddit, but don't worry, it's coming 4:30 also. Well, I mean, if you want to go right now, it's on Reddit. It's like Jennifer Always letter to Whitney Heard right there. Wow, this is literally a bombshell for me. I read this letter and it says everything. Honestly, even like, you know, basically telling you that Whitney has never told her boss. She lived with this boss, with this person, with this Jennifer Howell. She offered her house when she was kicked out of Amber's place because she couldn't take the abuse anymore. Her words, literally. It's all in this letter. And I was like, wow, this is so freaking revealing, you know, like, and really says the whole thing that it's just what we felt, you know? Lies after lies after lies. So the video goes up, I read the letter in details, you know, and I also express my thoughts. I think absolutely powerful. And also because, like you will see in the video, yesterday when I saw Whitney, I really had this feeling like she seems guilty being up there, you know? Like she feels guilty. And JD looked like absolutely betrayed. I've never seen him the whole period having that face, like really looking at Whitney with that face of deep disappointment, like really hurt. Like he couldn't believe that he was being backstabbed by a person that he probably cared for, opened up to, maybe empathized with. So yeah, what a sham, man. What a sham. I also learned that they both got abused badly. I don't know exactly from who, if it was the father or whatever, but in this letter also reports that both Whitney and Amber were abused and lived through hell, the word of this letter, when they were kids. And to me it makes total sense because I was just talking with a friend about narcissism, you know? And I think it's also important to remember how a narcissist is created. So knowing of deep abuse at a certain age where you don't develop empathy makes total sense, you know? And then you stay there like messed up, or you never developed because you never got that kind of, the support, the love you needed. You got abused, you got messed up, you got hurt, and then you basically develop into that. And it's also interesting to see how different people can develop in different ways, you know, from the abuse. So definitely they were both abused like Johnny, also from his mother. And again, when you connect all the dots, this is really a sad story of people abused, and the narcissist was abused. They got with an empath which was abused, and that's like really a combination of fuel for a tragic outcome. I start to see the picture way more complete. Amber, she's back into her like nun / 17th century milk woman from a Vermeer painting. Guys, don't forget to smash that like the kids say. Smash something at least. If you haven't smashed, smash that like. At least you smash something this week. I know there's a lot of you that don't smash already for some time. So if you haven't smashed, smash the like, alright? Don't look at me like that. I don't know what you were thinking, okay? That was in your mind. I didn't mean that. Ah. So I think the judge is a little late. So guys, what about yesterday? Yesterday was a little bit strange, because I think the energy shifted a little bit towards the Amber camp somehow, some way, you know? The cross-examination didn't seem to be super powerful. And whether or not, you know, like, you believe that everything that was said was just basically covering Amber butt, which most likely was, especially after I've read the letter. But still, they made some good point for the jury, I think. You know, some stuff seemed believable, even though, like, when I saw also the Whitney testimony, it felt like rehearsed. You know, felt like in between rehearsed and real events. You know, like really good mixture of like, okay, this probably really happened, but let's embellish it. And that's why it felt also like kind of, you know, flowing. But I really felt, honestly, that also Hélène was basically Gianluigi. They sent a letter to the lawyer already. I think they must be aware of that letter of this woman, of Jennifer Howells, right? So her testimony seemed a little bit like, a little fake, a little true. But definitely after the letter I read, I'm certain she was lying. I'm certain she was lying. Otherwise, her ex-boss is lying, which I don't think is the case. But that letter truly proves that Whitney was it is a victim. It's been a victim of her sister for a very long time, and basically still to this day she's covering her butt. And to me that was quite a powerful letter, really. There's always new stuff coming out, and that makes, you know, if they present this letter, then her case is over with the jury, honestly. But I don't think they will, because it's hearsay. Basically, it's just her ex-boss talking about both Whitney and what she knows from Whitney herself. You know what I mean? So that in that context, I believe it's true, honestly. But I don't think can be used here. That's unfortunate. I find it also absolutely remarkable that the makeup artist, she seemed believable, but then at certain moment I think she slipped. She slipped herself when she says, like, I have expertise covering wounds and also making them. So there was a big slip up for me, because she might have helped with creating them, you know? Oh, nice, guys. You're from everywhere. Please, don't forget to hit. I'm going to put it in the pin messages, so you hit the like. So we get a ton of people in here. So we can have a little bit of fun. We keep each other company. Man, that's intense, man. To do the whole 8 hours, it's intense. I don't know if a lot of people stayed throughout the whole 8 hours yesterday, but it's pretty intense. Kurt is on a break. Live stream will resume shortly. Ah, this is funny. This is kind of weird. Maybe you know what I'm gonna do, guys? Maybe I'm gonna also post... Maybe I'm gonna post the video now of the letter, because it's just waiting. I'm gonna post it now, so that in the between maybe you can, you know, watch the video, also the other video, and so you get prepared already, you know. I think 11 minutes will be enough for you to read. I'm gonna put it on right now, so you can check it out. Probably you get a notification. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna publish now the video. Bombshell letter tells the truth. Bam! Here we go, guys. Go check it out while we wait. And I think it's very important because you check this video out, honestly. And you're gonna get a lot of insight. You're gonna get a lot of insight into this letter, into the Whitney deposition, you know, like right here. It's on. Go check it out. Super important video, actually. Super important video. For me, it was crazy, actually, this video. You can just put it on the side, you know. You can just put it on the side. Let's see if it shows up in the correlated here. Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's see if MI shows up. Well, that's me right there. We're doing the live. Guys, go check the video since we're waiting. It's the video of this letter. I read the letter with you. Super powerful letter. There is also the link to the letter. We have to wait anyway, so... We're waiting. At least you get something to do in between. Almost 1,000 like, really? Wow, guys, you're freaking insane. I love you guys. To the extent of kind of, you know, not intimate love, because that would be creepy. Also for you. I didn't shower this morning. Don't tell anybody. But kind of very, you know, extended humanly love and kindness towards you, definitely. Wow, that's true. 105. Wow, that's awesome. No, I'm super happy that I found that this letter here, because it's really a good account, you know? It's really a good account of what happened. So go check it out on the other video that I just put, so you have something to do, like, while we wait for them to come back. And if you don't mind, if you watch the video, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, I leave the stream on, but I just posted so that you can have a, like... To me, it was important to read this letter after listening to Whitney, you know, because I had the suspicion that she felt guilty, And reading the letter made it absolutely clear to me that she knows what's up. She knows really what happened, and she's just covering up for her sister. You know, like to me, it's definitive. I don't know, like, you know, there's other things that can disprove this, but this letter seems sincere. And yeah, it's actually a great account for another of their group, so to speak, which is just loyal to Whitney, which knows because Whitney has probably shared stuff with her, like the honesty, also about JD and the sister and everything. So she came forward after being subpoenaed, I think. And probably a lot of people already knew this. I didn't, so I felt I gotta make a video. And if you go watch the video as well, I think it's super powerful because then you get an insight before we start here again. Then you really have a better picture, you know? And if they can mention that here, that will be, I think, the end. All right, guys, I'm gonna make. I'm just on. I'm just gonna make myself a coffee, right? So just a second. Let me know when you come back from the other video, which I just posted. It's called Bombshell. This letter really tells everything. The letter really tells everything. Tells actually that Whitney told her boss that actually she almost fell from the stairs because actually Amber, you know, she was fighting with Johnny. Like she got into an altercation with Johnny. Like she started the fight. She was attacking Johnny. And basically probably Whitney was trying to stopping her. And in doing so, she almost fell into the stairs. And it makes it, you know, like it just depicts a total different picture. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, if you don't want to watch the video that I narrate the picture of their back, I can also leave it on. Wait a second, I'm gonna go make a coffee. I'll come back in a second, guys. Don't go. Let's stay together.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. Judge Penny Asperati presiding.
Good morning, Judy.
Please be seated.
All right. Thank you. Apologize. We had a delayed juror, but now we have all the jury. So we're good to go. All right. Do we have preliminary matters? All right. Sure.
Here we go. All right. We are on. Coffee is ready. Did you check the video? Guys, don't forget to hit the like. The more the merrier. The more you hit the like, well, you just have to hit it once. If you hit it twice, it doesn't work anymore. And that would be also kind of stupid. But guys, please hit the like. So that this live is gonna reach everyone. And we're gonna be together witnessing something. Are we gonna see the end of this thriller? A cheap thriller. Kind of a thriller. Where you have A-lister actor, lesbian couple, a billionaire, a vodka bottle, and a missing fingertip. So actually, this sounds pretty good if you ask me. Luckily, nobody got killed. Thank you guys for hitting the like. I super appreciate you. You have no idea how much. And also makes it fun. The more we are here. So let's see how this trailer's gonna end. Oh man, I had a little bit of ice cream in the refrigerator. I had some one of those cheesecake Ben and Jerry ice cream. I put a little bit in the coffee. God damn it, that's good. Very good. It's warm today here. All right. The room today is full. It's funny, Shannon, because Stoner, you're right, but I don't smoke. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke weed. I don't drink. I'm completely the opposite of Johnny Depp and Amber Third. I'm absolutely the opposite of all these people, honestly. I don't do any drugs. Actually, it's not true, but I don't think that can be considered as doing drugs. I started microdosing. First of all, I live in the Netherlands. So, I live in the Netherlands. The things that I'm saying here are all legal. So, just to make sure that I'm not promoting anything on video, because it's, there is some psilocybin shops. They just exist. They're legal. You can just go there and actually buy the microdosing kit. So somebody told me that has a good effect, calms you down, gives you better, clears mental fog. It's good for creativity. And of course, I was a little reluctant to do it because, I don't want to be high on anything. I don't want to have hallucination or whatever. But the microdosing is so little that out of those fresh mushrooms, which are 10 gram, you're supposed to take 1 gram, 1 day yes, 2 day no, 1 day yes, 2 day no. So you go in cycle. But I literally have done it now 3-4 times. I took 1/3 of a gram, I took 0.3 or something, just to see if it has a good effect. And I have to say, I don't know if it's just my mind, but the time I've tried, it seemed like you get a little bit of mental clarity, which is, sometimes personally, I'm a little bit scattered during the day. I get distracted. So to have more focus for me is very valuable. So that's the only thing that I'm trying. For the rest, I really don't drink. Apart coffee and water, I'm not an alcohol drinker. I don't know why. I don't have nothing against it. I used to drink, but I'm not drawn to it. Only when it's really warm. I like a little bit of a white beer or something like that. So completely different than those guys. No smoking, no weed, nothing. I used to, don't get me wrong. I used to. I'm not a saint. I've lived here for a long time when I used to smoke weed every day, and so I also understand.
Are we ready for the jury then?
Oh wow, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. I just like being sober, Yeah, I also have CBD. I tried also. I tried that as well. CBD oil, yeah. Did you guys have a chance to read the letter I posted the other video already? I'm just really curious if any of you has had the chance to see the video and what you think. I was like, wow, that to me it's case closed.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Bruce Witkin, and it's by deposition designation.
All right, and who's first?
I think we are. I think we asked questions first.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's right.
Will counsel please stipulate that in lieu of formally swearing in the witness, the reporter
Wow,
will
this looks
instead
like a
ask the
relative
witness
of
to
mine.
acknowledge that the testimony will be true under the
this
penalties
guy?
of perjury, that counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way. And
I
that the
found the
witness is
cousin
verified
right
that he
there.
is,
Let's
in
hope
fact,
he's on the
Bruce
right
Witkin.
side. Otherwise, I don't want to be affiliated, my
Yes.
man.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chu,
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Witkin, California, 91607.
That's
And
me
how
when I
did
don't
you meet
sleep for
Mr.
a
Depp?
week.
He joined the band that I was in Florida.
And did Depp ever become family?
To me, yeah,
Who was the first person that Depp married?
my sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes,
This is a
Okay. And was that
childhood
around the
friend of
time-
Johnny?
it's right when we moved out here in 1984.
Okay. So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
It's got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah,
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah,
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah, we had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way, yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know. Yeah.
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, you know, I think that, yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just, yeah. But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh.
Getting high.
Getting high.
Okay. Getting high on
Do the right
cocaine?
thing, my man. Don't be an a-hole.
Once in a while, if I saw it, you know. I mean, a handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but, you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah.
And when was that?
It's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him. I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
I'm feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believed that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be as honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, and does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned. But couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You could tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and wine and a sober nurse. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act,
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, he can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
When he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. He brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple.
This guy is going to be a meme.
Doing a movie with some guy
from the start.
Stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Whitkin.
Right.
Your name is in the participants column, and him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. They were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, if I hit it hard, they would
drink and smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
This could be quite credible.
Drink together?
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help, more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with that.
But you know, this is a person that knows Johnny for a long time, so it becomes more credible to the jury, in my opinion, eh? Even if he looks like
So
a
you were
stoner
referring
or
to
whatever.
two types of professional
But-
help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and
Coffee's good.
you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the Manson or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. Well, my dates are a little squirrely, but
Yeah.
And do you have
probably a bit.
Yeah, I'm
do
also
you have
curious.
any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
You know,
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah.
they always start
Weed.
with the trying to make sure that
testimony was that
the
you've not
jury.
observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
Okay, let's.
I've never seen them
Here we go.
physically abuse each other.
Here we go. That's
And
all
did
we
say
wanted
this
to
was at
know.
3 in
Thank
the
you.
morning When
Goodbye.
you called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought,
Go back to sleep. It's all good. Thank you
something
very
bad.
much.
So yeah, I went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 in the morning, and then you went down. And your understanding, you went down after that call.
Yeah,
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
yeah. There was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. You know, the first time Stephen ever called me for help like that. You know, usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Stephen called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. You know, it was almost like shit's going crazy down here. Can you come?
Did he say that he wanted you to come urgently?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 in the morning, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom, and I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. You know, I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's gonna be all right.
Guys, I'm Italian.
By the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, you know, a little bit of an edge, you know. And look, I got called down there at 3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Whitkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah, one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Whitkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arms.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
I don't know if it's the same date or not.
Did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to be. Finger marks.
And did you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
Could have been can you be more precise of a month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured
Thank you, Diane.
spring to
You're
summer,
so
so
kind.
yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16. I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
It's 17th of February, guys. 17th of February.
If you look at the first
I read it
text,
again.
Mr.
17th of February.
It's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text?
That's from Dudes, yeah.
And do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
No, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working, But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference,
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
Yes.
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
They were doing cocaine.
And
Oh man, they're throwing so many people
how
under
do you
the
know they were
bus
doing
here.
cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And you were doing it too.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Had you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it, because I was quite surprised, because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, why are you doing this? He kind of hid it from me for a long time until, I believe, in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about that?
Especially with all the leeches that he had around him.
Time. Just something about the business manager and, been spending too much and I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
So far, only thing we know.
Yes, I have.
Johnny does drugs. Okay, fine.
I was part
Let's
of
move
the
on.
first one against the management group.
I'm not saying he's right,
deposed
but
in the lawsuit with his lawyer.
They're trying so hard with the character assassination.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out and talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me. And I just remember Waldman saying, hey, nice to meet you. And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit. And if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, you got any shit on the Mandels? And I said, no. That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond?
Please, let's get to the juicy
testimony?
questions, please.
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Justin, I will tell you
Honestly,
my whole idea about this
somehow
in another video.
I started to feel a distance. End of 2017, we had a gig, and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And it's like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the whole bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to go, what are you talking about? I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. No. So we would just talk about it. And he would say, oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. And I said, well, you're not all right. But then shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but...
I mean, I'm curious about the cross-examination with this guy. Because he seems credible, I have to say.
I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but...
At least for the jury, that's what I mean. For the jury, this might come across credible, you know?
Like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you've testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge, one way or another, of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you?
No.
With anyone?
No.
There we go. So,
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor, they call Tracy Jacobs. She is also by deposition designation and begins with me.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me
All right.
asking questions.
All right. Thank you.
why? I don't understand who was asking the question, though. There was the
Please state your
testimony.
name and address for the record.
Tracy Renee Jacobs, Los Angeles, California,
And what is your current occupation?
talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing Mr. Depp?
When I was at another agency at ICM, I think I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years, minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent, so my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
Wow.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, at a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. But Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope, never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
You couldn't get enough money out of his paycheck, probably.
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, you're a difficult client. I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, you've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you. And it did. And, yeah.
Amber, she's happy because those witnesses are credible and they're helping her.
Even with your speaking to
Unfortunately.
Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially,
Hey guys,
crews
battery off.
loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And It also got around town. I mean, people talk. It's a small community. And it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
Maybe his
More than
ex-wife
one,
made
I'm
him
sure.
miserable.
I don't
That
recall.
helped as well,
Okay.
probably.
Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on a plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high-profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Actually,
Yeah.
lack of
And in your observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes. It worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines being fed to him during films.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of issues associated with London Fields?
Yes.
Oh man, this is
I'm gonna
about
ask you to
nothing.
take a look
Oh
at
my God. Let's move on,
Deposition
please.
exhibit number 8. Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first so you can just read the frame. And there's really just a part there. And then here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Just character assassination, that's all.
And
Ask the right questions.
Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp
Nobody
would
cares
write
he
to
was
you
late.
emails.
No
Would
one
he
cares
regularly
he was
have
late.
parts of it all capitals and
No
exclamation
one.
marks?
Not even the studios.
Yes.
They made 800
Harley, he
million
says
from that
fucking
movie.
Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So, do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers and Marty Singer. Have spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of London?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pirates 6?
No.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Judge
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
No.
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp,
Let's go.
there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
Yeah, come on, Ben. Let's do it. Come on, Ben.
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but okay. I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So, as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No.
Why not?
Because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his
I wonder why.
lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Like the op-ed, maybe?
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included?
Being
I think
late.
I've described it several times.
Would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes.
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January 2016?
This proves that actually this woman ruined his life in general.
He asked for $20 million.
Oh my
Did
God.
Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Because
Not
the managers
as to why,
robbed his
just
money.
Expected us to do it.
So Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
Actually, it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
he felt that he had made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
Well, he has a solid point right there.
You ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
You probably also never
Are you
had
aware of any
that kind of client that made that
significant
much
role
money.
that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirates 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
All right. Yes, ma'am, your next witness.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel.
Yeah. Again, Ms. Birdhoff. Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation.
Okay.
And we start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
Are those all like ex-managers, basically?
Can you please state your name and business address?
It's Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena. Is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Waldman, Boutzer, Rothman, Keekel, and Silver. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full-service business management firm, which means that we provide a wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. We pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes, and we help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, financial and personal services basically, that we provide to our clients.
Another leech.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like 80%. But that means people that work in the entertainment business, broadly speaking.
How long have you been a business manager in LA?
Since 1987.
Just a man taking his cat out of somebody else's pay. That's
Mr.
it.
Depp?
I mean, it's okay, but keep that in mind.
I believe 1999.
So, if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already it was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Hey, what's the juice? Please.
Can you
question.
Please
the real
describe
question.
for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating
God.
with
We
Mr.
don't
Depp
care.
relating to your services?
We don't care how we spend this money. We don't care.
Sure.
You got paid. So let's move on.
I'll explain this, but early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers, and so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, the income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff. There are more real properties. There's more. I mean, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty.
Those people are saying nothing. Nothing.
I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, frequently judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful. And so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions, what I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
Well, at least he's saying that they did drugs to both of them.
Difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and sober.
All right. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper?
This is confidential. You cannot say this type of stuff. This is confidential.
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, there were times when he would be upset about something, and he would be very, very, very upset about something, seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly the notion of I want to answer you accurately. People moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was
this is the manager that basically was sued by Johnny Depp for 25 million lawsuit. This is the guy.
Feelings, or just increasingly comfortable venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010?
They reached an agreement
in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually, obviously, severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Oh, come on, Ellen. Go in holiday. Seriously. Go in holiday.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's
thermal water?
expressions of anger
Just
and upset,
go soak your bones in thermal water.
associated with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern. There was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
You settled the lawsuit of $25 million.
Did there come a time
you probably swindled him of
Mr.
money.
Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I've described, in that 2010 and on time frame, as I recall, income was very significant, spending was very significant, and the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp?
Oh, come on. None of your business.
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately how much?
No specific recollection.
This you don't know, huh? You swindler.
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
Oh my God.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
This guy literally ripped him off.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be at times expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be.
It's just character assassination.
That had to happen
stuff.
to make those.
To me, this is just character
real.
assassination. Nothing.
There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMJ file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalf while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
You see, that question wasn't answered.
Mr. Depp spent on prescription
the question,
drugs
that one wasn't
during
answered.
the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month. But
I wonder why. I wonder why, with all the leeches around him, just sucking him dry.
Whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely, yes.
And do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about needing $25 million by the end of the year. Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain $25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So,
what a bunch of swindler. You're a bunch of swindler, honestly.
You as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that you were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
Nothing.
That's correct.
Nothing.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8.
We know nothing so far.
Which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
This is helping Johnny Depp, actually.
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed.
This guy remembers what Jerry made, but doesn't remember when he told him the bad news.
As time went on and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
I'll answer even more specifically. Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on, because the circumstances were more dire.
Who knows how many
would
freaking
it be
money
fair to
this
say
guy
that
stole from him
your perception
on the
was that
account of
circumstances
charging for
continued to
expenses,
become
travel,
more dire
all that
between
kind of
July
bullshit that those people
2015
do when
up
they
through
can
the time of your termination in March 2016?
like charge somebody like $1,000,
How did you learn of
$2,000 for
TMG's
expenses.
termination?
Who knows how much he leached this dude?
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
I think they hand delivered like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
And how?
Still, $650 million from Mr. Depp.
No.
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
No.
Seriously, dude. And
Mr.
where are the
Mandel,
700 million?
Did TMG or you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
Yeah, of course.
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
Well, I mean,
All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our morning recess at this point.
it doesn't look
Ladies and
good
gentlemen, let's
for
take our morning
Johnny in a
recess.
way, but
Do not
at
discuss
least
the
for
case
the
and don't do any
jury,
outside research, okay? Thank you.
guys. Okay, I mean, truth to be told,
Again, court is still in session, if we could.
truth to be told.
Court is still in session. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a recess then until 11:15. Is that work? All right, thank you. Recess.
So I have to say, it doesn't look too good for Johnny because, at least for the jury. So Paige says, I'm a forensic accountant. Sadly, creative accounting is often done by bookkeepers and business managers. I totally agree. I mean, he knows how to do stuff that will not become malpractice, but still steal a lot of money, because you can definitely charge on an occasion, for instance, like $5,000 for your hour for traveling, for food expenses, for meeting, for whatever, when you could charge just your normal fee, or when you can just charge, I don't know, whatever little you can. But when you have this type of client, you can get away with this type of stuff, and it's just gonna go on as an expense, and it's all legal. It's just going to cost you more, and who knows how many of those things have happened, because then you have to go into details. Johnny with other bookkeeper should go through details on every single things, every single day, every single transaction or whatever, to find out how much he was charged for every single thing. So I'm pretty sure a lot of that it's happened, and they swindled this guy out of a lot of money. Where are those 750 million? I don't think JD spent all this money. How he could not have money to pay his taxes? So and again, the only thing this is proving is that he was in a rough spot when he was in this relationship for 4.5 years. That probably all those leeches were leeching money off of this guy, and he was in a bad spot. Probably a combination of also being drunk, drinking too much, using prescribed medication, recreational drugs, heavier drugs, the relationship with his ex-wife, which probably taunting him and just dragging him lower and lower. So I'm pretty sure that some of this manifested in his behavior. I mean, let's not forget there are videos of him walking around saying hi to his fans when he shot I think the fifth Pirate of the Caribbean, after he had the finger accident, that the finger was still in the bandage. So what they're doing, they're just trying to do character assassination, just making the point that Johnny Depp was some sort of like irrational druggie, that he started to become a little bit too much high maintenance, that he started to be unprofessional, and so on and so forth. So this is all they're doing. They didn't ask any question regarding like, hey, have you seen this guy heavy eating somebody? Actually, the first friend, that's what he said, and also they told us that he haven't seen him, apart from being jealous, he hasn't seen him doing anything. So, but truthfully, for the jury, I can understand why this could sway a little bit. I'm not an expert, but I have the sense, because some of those things are credible to the jury, that this could, move the needle a little bit towards the Amber camp. After I read the letter of Whitney's ex-boss, which I posted a video just before, I'm pretty sure all they're doing here is lying. But then again, the court is the court, the jury is the jury. What they're presenting here. So I just hope they have some good witness, which are really, really credible for JD, and also to understand a little bit more, because it is obvious that this guy in between 2013, 2012 to up to 2016 was in a rough spot. It's obvious. If you ask me whether or not they argued often, most likely they argued very often. Probably his mood changed, his addiction deepened. So most likely those things are all true. Whether or not he was really the true monster, I don't think so. But because so far the story does not match the evidence. But it's not about us. It's about what the jury will believe. So when you have like an ex-friend that it's known him since, 30 years ago or so, that tells, he got a little bit paranoid, he did drugs, he was a little jealous. There are points where you can start to sway a little bit the needle in the other direction for the jury. So to me, I understand that probably this guy was just robbed blind by all those people around him, even the other manager. Let's not forget, a lot of those people, especially the manager, I think they're entitled to 15-20% of the cut of a pay. So if JD made like $25 million on a movie, that lady with the glasses most likely charged him like $3-4 million. So let's not forget that. Just that, at least. So just that you keep that in mind, So those people got paid well out of this guy. And maybe the guy got frustrated when he got in financial problem because he trusts the wrong people, and then all of a sudden he's like, what the hell, I can't pay taxes? Why? And then you realize your wife is spending like $500 a bottle of wine with his friend, which they're leeching off. Like they're probably that freaking penthouse, that period of that penthouse, probably they were like spending like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month of this guy. About the security and the doctor, I think that guy was really sleazy to just tell how much the doctor got paid, how much Jerry got paid, but he didn't say like how much in charity was given. That's character assassination for me, because it implies that he spent money for what matters around him in terms of security, whatever, but he didn't do much to be generous, which is absolute BS. Because literally he had like 5, 6, 7 people around him, which were not even his friends, which were leeching off his wealth. So If Johnny Depp wants to pay a doctor like 100,000 a month when he's on a gig, you know, because probably the doctor was not the thing that he didn't tell you, but most likely, and I might be wrong. I don't think the doctor was 24/7, 12 months a year on call. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was. And even if he was, if this guy is making like 40 million a year and he wants to pay his doctor, which for whatever reason is treating him and it's making sure that he's all right, he's functioning, wants to pay him $1 million, it's his business. His manager is making probably like 5, 6, 7, 8 million a year just by selling his name. So what? You know what I mean? So, like I said, the energy in the last 2 days has switched a little bit, in my opinion, to the Amber camp. Even though, like I said before, the letter I've read directed to Whitney Heard from her ex-boss from that charity, I forgot the name of the charity, is absolutely clarifying a lot of points. And if you have seen the video that I posted, then you can also share your opinion and if you agree or not. Yes, Art of Elysium. The I think that this is the founder of Art of Elysium, which was the boss of Whitney, and that letter is it's really revealing. I don't know if this letter is gonna go viral. I did the video, so guys, if you wanna hit the like on that video, just make it go viral, because I think it's very important that this letter it's known around, you know. So far, the Amber camp is trying to assassinate the character of Johnny Depp through further defaming him with drug abuse and alcohol abuse and being late and being unprofessional. But what matters the most is whether or not this guy was violent. I have an entire theory of what happened here, and I will be absolutely transparent in another video. Nothing is always black or white. There are a lot of nuances. Do I believe that Johnny was the dark monster? I don't think so. Do I believe that there might have been ups and downs or even a physical altercation sometimes? I do. Do I believe that was Johnny was a serial abuser? No. Do I believe that Johnny perhaps one times or whatever might have slipped a slap? Could be. That I could believe. Do I believe that might have been caused by years of frustration and a toxic relationship that was relentless with a codependent, narcissistic, egotistical woman that had their own issues, and unfortunately perhaps she couldn't even help herself but make it worse for herself and for her partner? Because like I said many times, I don't hate Amber Heard. I don't hate her, you know, like I'm just learning those things. And the problem is that if you have those type of issues, most likely you don't even realize yourself how bad it's getting for you and how bad it is for who is with you. And this is ultimately what I actually believe. Things might have gone worse and worse and worse towards the end when the relationship started to go astray, and probably the drug use combined with drinking, combined with frustration, combined with estranging from one another could have led to an episode where that altercation, even if Johnny really slapped her once, or you know, could have been used against him. You know, like the thing is this: if you are with somebody that is relentless like that, and then you get to the point where basically you know somehow that the marriage is ending, it's you know, I think what happened truly is that before the shit hit the fan, they used an accident to their advantage. And I'm talking about the Amber camp. They used an accident to their advantage, and namely the episode of the penthouse when the cops showed up. To me, the whole thriller, it just comes to a conclusion right there. When probably some type of altercation was really real. I don't know if Johnny really slapped her or not. I can even imagine that could have happened in that moment, but not because starting from him. But I'm pretty sure that if he slapped her, if she really had a little bit of redness in the face or whatever, I'm pretty sure that probably she slapped him even more. And when that altercation came to an end, they called the lawyer, and the lawyer suggested, like, all right, you know what? Spill some wine, throw a glass on the floor, call the cops, make a little mess, and we're gonna get this on record. And that's what they did. They called the cop, they didn't see anything, but they put everything on record, which is what you need, that when you're gonna file a restraining order will make sense. You know, like that you have on record that cops showed up for an alleged domestic violence incident, and then all those documents which are on paper, they're going to be very handy when you're going to try to get out of the divorce. Ching ching, ching ching. So to me the thriller, it's pretty clear, you know. And like I said, I can even believe that something really happened, that might, like, some slap flew off, you know, like something like that happened. Do I believe that John is a serial abuser? No. Do I believe that something might have happened, like after, you know, heightened conversation, years of frustration, which led to the point? Possibly. I can believe that. So, and yeah, that's what happens. And then you start to run with that, you know. You start to run with the suggestion of the lawyers. And don't forget, when she called the lawyers, and we know that they did, because yesterday the ex-husband of Rocky testified about it. It's a fact that they called the lawyer. Don't forget that a lawyer that knows that it's going to represent a woman in a possible domestic abuse incident, and the husband, it's the A-lister, right? That it's worth hundreds of millions. They know they're getting paid. And they know they can win. So to me, makes total sense in that way. I might be wrong. I'm totally speculating. You know, I have absolutely no expertise. I don't claim to have any. Here we're just offering entertainment. So don't take anything that I'm saying, you know, like for a fact or whatever. We're just absolutely speculating for the sake of entertainment, as a disclaimer, just to make sure. But to me, what I just described to you seem quite a possibility in this throughout turmoil of relationship, you know? But again, like I said, I don't believe Johnny is a serial abuser. Not at all. Because still to this day, the story does not match the evidence. And that's what, at the end of the day, what matters the most. The story doesn't match the evidence. It just doesn't. There is no freaking pictures of this woman swell to the point where, you know, she was really abused. It's just not there. So all of this is just trying to further whatever game they've played so far, because it's too late to get back. It's too late to turn back. That's all. And the sad part is that most likely nobody's going to get paid. I mean, nobody's going to get money. I have this feeling. I might be totally wrong. I said this also yesterday. But I don't think that there is any chance, and please, you know, educate me. I don't claim to know this, but somehow, I don't know, I have this feeling that there is no way that Johnny Depp, even if he wins, There is no way that the jury is gonna award him 50 million of damage from his ex-wife. I don't think it's ever gonna happen, honestly. So, but I can be totally wrong. I don't know. But I don't see that as a news. Like in the history of those things, in general, I never heard that a guy got awarded like damages from suing his wife, for his ex-wife. So I see that really as a slim possibility. So, yeah. I think the recording that she had, like I said, I don't believe Johnny is a serial abuser at all. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying also to look at things in a broader perspective. Like I'm trying to see things from a broader perspective, because that's how you get to the truth. You have to question at least the possibility also of the other camp. Otherwise, you're just absolutely biased, like you fail to see even when it becomes obvious. And that's more also like a mental exercise. Personally, like I said, the evidence don't match the story so far. So to this point, I believe that Johnny is not an abuser in the way that they're describing it, not even close. There's literally... They're going on about nothing. There's like 3 pictures and a few clothes on the floor and some debris and a little bit of glass here and there and some painting on a bed. That's it. So, I mean, the story that they're telling, it really doesn't match. I would love to see JD winning, because... Yeah, this guy, like, he's not perfect. I don't think to have a lifestyle of drug abuse and drinking is a good life, But I also don't judge it to the point where like I feel like superior to him because I don't do drugs and he's caught up in this thing of drinking every day or something or doing drugs. I know very good people. I've known very good people which they were on heroin, and they try to get off of it, So I totally don't advertise it or suggest it to no one, I personally don't think that a lifestyle of indulging into this type of stuff can be very good in the long run, Actually, I hope JD is 58, I hope that actually can, to a degree, sober up a little bit, like you have a better life, your body starts to break down. I mean, it's good if you keep a little healthier, but that's that's another thing. That's another issue. What I take from this is that like those 2 people are definitely both have had childhood traumas, and they both carried on in a different way, of obviously developing different characters. And the narcissist always is gonna seek for the caretaker, and Johnny is a caretaker, somebody that like empathically likes to take care of other people. And this is like truly basic to my knowledge, to my like I'm not an expert, but to what I read, whatever, like for curiosity, seems that narcissists, they really immediately go seek for people which they have the propensity to take care of others. That's the prey. So to me, this is what happened right here. Yeah, the Jennifer Howell letter, I mean, I really hope that letter goes viral. So not only mine and not only my video, I mean, in general, like also her letter on Reddit, whatever. If you haven't seen the video, go see it. I really hope that letter makes the round because it clarifies a lot of points and basically tell us that Whitney was lying on the stand yesterday about JD. Yeah, because caretaker are easily manipulated, you know?
Next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that with me, and we'll be questioning next, and then it will be Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Guys, I have to take a break with water. Just a second. Let's keep on.
Morning. My name is Elaine Bredehoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn, we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure. It's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Bredehoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman?
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. Sure. I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship, yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you advice?
I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Sounds like I'm watching a sci-fi
movie.
Let's go
general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
Okay. I think we need to
would be free to terminate at any time.
My apologies, Mr. Waldman. I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way, so I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision.
Ellen, I ask some nice questions, Ma'am Aron. Yeah, what did you eat yesterday?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp.
What was your favorite color? You know, did you like ice cream when you were a child? Ask something, you know?
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of a settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there. That's what you mean. Correct.
You never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking for personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
Basically, this is an attorney also for Johnny Depp, so he cannot talk much because otherwise he will reveal the confidentiality of their relationship, basically, to my understanding.
Counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
It would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
I love this. I need to make a t-shirt. I accept the instruction, my lord. I accept
Mr. Depp
the
filed a
instruction.
lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
My lord.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
Whew.
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm, is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question, gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
Ben Cho is awesome, man.
After After you began representing
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Depp, Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK
Ellen,
lawsuit.
just
of the
give
UK
up.
litigation.
You
Do
know.
you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
Let's go for an
What was
early
your
lunch,
role
you
in
know?
the UK
Just give up.
litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would.
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the Sun and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten, correct?
And again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I mean, even Ben Shaw is getting hypnotized
After
by
you
his
began
own like
representing
repetitions.
Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna play the message of Ben Shaw when my
And it was
girlfriend asks
Mr.
me
Depp's
like a tricky
decision on whether
question.
to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes.
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product, and that is protected in Virginia.
Really, 5 million signature for the
So object
Aquaman
on
thing?
that basis,
Wow,
but
that's
you can answer that
huge,
question,
man.
yes or no.
5
Yes.
million signatures.
You also
wow.
spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
It would.
And therefore,
And therefore, I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on
I
Mr.
love
Depp's
that.
behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing.
Why didn't you
attorney-client
leave this guy home then? Like, why is he
I
even
accept the
there?
instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs, isn't that correct?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3.
Ellen,
Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against
Feels like
the
we're
Sun
playing
and
chess or
Waldman?
something, you know?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the Sun and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I swear to the universe, I'm happy I'm just meeting you guys, you know, thanks to this trial.
I'm going
But
to ask you
I
to
also
take a
can't
look
wait
at
to be over.
page 10. And it says
Oh
on
my
page
God.
10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. Do you see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
I think also Rottenborn
No.
is going to ask some question to this guy.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
Guys, I also don't
accept
think
the
Amber Heard is ever going to get
Did
100
Mr.
million.
Depp
I also
authorize
don't see
you
that as a
to have
possibility, honestly. I might be
communications with
wrong,
Rolling
but
Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communications.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that
man,
Mr.
I can
Depp
tell you right
had
now,
used
this
Amber
clip
Heard?
of I accept
Same instruction,
instructions
same grounds.
meme.
I accept the instruction.
I'll do the fresh meme video after the
Mr.
trial.
Waldman, you had a Twitter
This is
account,
going to
did
be
you not?
there, guaranteed.
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Is it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me your best estimate. Okay.
I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If
recall?
you want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Was it more than a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform. And the response that I received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
No.
Do you still communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires
I wonder why this guy was banned.
Communications between you and
I really wonder why this guy was banned, honestly.
It would, so I accept the instruction.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Let's go to lunch. Let's go to dinner. Like, what are we doing?
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to
even Ben Shaw cannot even listen to himself
Depp,
anymore.
Which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Yeah, Ellen, give up. Just go for I don't know. Just go for a schnitzel or something, you know.
You not to speak to the press.
There must be a food truck out there or something. Go get a burrito.
End around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct or retract any statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4.
Guys, also don't forget to subscribe if you're not subscribed.
It's kind of hard to read. Okay. And it's an article from July 3, 2020 for Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
No, actually, if I'm just going to go to page 8, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
He's right. He's pretty much right.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you?
Asaf Amaran, a little bit of silence. I'm actually happy. I don't know what happened, but I'm also fine with it.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
And in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment. Depp, at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
On the same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware, either before or after, that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
I don't know if there's going to be a cross... because there is not a cross-examination.
Same instruction, same grounds.
Actually, this is a cross-examination because this is from the side of Johnny.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
So I think there's going to be like a redirect or something like that, you know, after this probably.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Thank you, Jenny, so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. I saw the message. Thank you so much. I'm happy I make you laugh, guys. I make you laugh.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would you have corrected or retracted it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you could take control now and do that.
Thank you, I will.
It says, and this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
I agree with that statement. I totally agree. They set him up.
I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling
I think another couple of questions, and then she's going to accept the instructions too.
The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist.
Totally true. I totally agree with this. I totally agree with this.
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part
Right.
with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through,
I accept the instruction. Elaine, let's go to have a
911.
lunch break.
you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with
Come
Mr.
on,
Depp
Mommy.
before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties.
I mean, obviously, this guy was a lawyer, right, of JD, so
No,
he basically can't say anything.
I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading. And I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed.
Hey guys, do you know by any chance if JD is coming back on the stand? I actually hope so.
Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make the statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instructions.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you.
Well, basically, we haven't learned anything so far. I mean, they're just trying to make a point that he started a smear campaign, probably against, Hamburg, which is BS. I mean, in my opinion, eh? It's just an opinion, of course. I love the video of
Okay,
Camille.
thank you. I've read it.
Like,
Okay.
just when she says,
So,
like,
directing your attention to exhibit number 11.
you slipped.
So, because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversations. You look at the top, conversation. 6 messages, 3 parties, over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time. And
But the thing that I find absurd is
telephone
that
number.
those
You
people
see
are
that?
lawyers themselves, so they know probably that the guy can't answer
then
anything.
it
Why do you
has-
even try?
Some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what
Yeah, I agree. This is probably just to
Oh,
kind
no,
of
he's a-
influence
he's a-
the jury,
he's a
by
publicist, he's an advisor
by
on
listening to
media.
her questions.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17 February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17 February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no. But I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
Well, obviously,
And
by
you were
not
representing
answering
Mr. Depp
the
at time,
questions,
correct?
you know, because of
I
the
would
client
instruct the
privilege.
witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client.
They're sort of like proving that he's
I
biased.
accept the instruction.
That's why she's asking those questions.
When
I
did
think
you
so.
obtain the audio
She's
tape
still
that you're
getting something
referencing
done in the
this
way of
text message?
influencing the jury.
And I
I
would
think.
instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
What tape did you provide to the Mail online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes, actually, to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
Here we go.
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as you would say, elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp?
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than just thinking of names of people. So,
all right, interesting. Let's go.
Maybe this is a good illustration.
Oh, what happened here? God damn it.
That is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine.
This is Rottenborn.
It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who've testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, that I can think of, 9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who are those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divinier, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divinier was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk.
Somebody now works for Elon Musk.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, and a good friend of Ms. Heard. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell,
nice.
who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building.
Very nice.
With Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May, and then of course she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th they were with her and she appeared and that she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when I in the question you asked me about.
And that's what
Can
matters.
you please pull up the document labeled ARW 660, please? Sorry, but you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you help disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
Hello, guys. Ciao,
As to that,
Yeah.
as to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on Earth.
Yeah.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
Oh, wow.
I've had
that umbrella guy has been mentioned. What?
With the person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. I don't actually know his real name.
Wow. They mentioned the guy.
With him
oh, that's
other
awesome.
Than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this. Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian Fella?
Yes.
What about someone who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists, because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. if they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but
no, the umbrella guy, it's been covering this. I've seen his videos.
Probably by signal.
He's really deep into this.
Can you please
like
pull
for
up the exhibits?
Probably a year or so. I don't know.
17001 to 2, please.
Showing on the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body
umbrella
cams,
guy
RTL,
is another
Adam
YouTuber
Waldman,
which is
Depp's
covering
attorney.
Amber Heard stuff already for a year, so I've
that
seen
a
several
statement that you
videos.
made to a German
really good,
media outlet
really good
called
videos.
RTL.
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard. Correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that right? I didn't ask
him to open an investigation. I filed a claim.
Oh man, the umbrella guy, I think he's going to skyrocket after this. I'm actually happy for him.
Statements that Ms. Heard and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Wow.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
Finally, let's go. Let's
Do
see.
you have your own law firm?
Let's go, Ben
What
Shaw.
is the name of your
Let's
law
go,
firm?
Ben Shaw.
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
Let's go, Ben. Let's do it.
I think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
That would be
I suppose
strange.
the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
It's finished?
All right.
They're gonna go for lunch.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and have that witness. Go ahead.
We start the question.
All right, thank you.
Get your name and business address for the record, please.
Marie Sadanaga, Marie Sadanaga, Sadanaga. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator for the department?
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence how California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
17 years.
What, if any, policies, procedures, and protocols are in place at the LAPD for domestic violence cases separate from other types?
Well, let's see where this goes.
Once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If the patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
Oh, wow, this is good.
So if there are...
She's laughing because she's messing up their case.
At the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene, how many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute, and then it says met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it, and the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadanaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this, and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations, and it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now, and the same question. There's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur, so things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, well, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports
honestly,
where there are no crimes.
Honestly, I think this helps Johnny's side more, honestly.
And have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of
I mean, I understand that they're trying to say
and that other party is then listed as a witness. And then
even if the cops didn't see nothing, doesn't mean that didn't happen. I know that that's what they're trying to do,
where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their own judgment
if they saw something wrong.
That anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long
Thank you, Lisa.
They've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Ellen, give up.
Yes, they can be. If there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved,
trying to
it would go
discredit
to
the cops,
our
but
records unit at that division to create a report number on it, and then it does get assigned to a detective.
I think the jury is also a little bit smarter than
just
this,
so
honestly.
that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination?
I can understand one officer, but not four.
Has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different.
Guys,
but
this is all a game, man. This is all like trying
really like
who basically
whole,
influences the juries the best.
the
So at the end of the day, that's what it is. You know, who plays this game better in here?
To make that educated
now I get it.
Determination of a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
Oh, we take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that either their life was in danger or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument, there was no physical injury, both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
Ms. Meadowhoff asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay. When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily, because they would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and evidence of some type of struggle, so they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked about if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth, and both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? And this is as of May 2016.
to do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. Kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism,
give up.
What would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine
the cop
if
didn't
this
see
injury
anything.
is a
That's why
result
they
of the
didn't
crime.
report anything.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they report it to a domestic violence call?
I mean, Ellen,
And
she's
this is
just
in
trying
May
to prove
2016.
whether the cop will go through the house,
officers
see the bottle on the
do
floor
an
anyway, and
investigation.
if they
there
would
is a
still
visible injury,
no
then
need to
they
report
have
it
to
because
determine if it was a crime.
yes, exactly.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that
Ellen is really
police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can
guys,
the
correct
officer
me if I'm
consider
wrong. Both four
if
cops
the
that showed up
victim does not want to
reported
press charges,
no damages
but the officer
and no
still believes
evidence
that an
of
incident
physical
report
abuse.
is appropriate
Am I
under the
correct?
circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough
And
there.
they testified
That's what I'm trying to
under
say. I mean,
oath.
the purpose, we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those, so in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene, and if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened.
All right, now lunch
Thank you.
break.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back.
All right, guys. So to me, then it's pretty clear. You know, this was absolutely super boring. I don't know if all those things helped the JD a little bit, especially the first couple of testimony. Also, the testimony of his lawyer was a little bit messed up because, of course, he can't answer anything. So it gives the impression to the jury, of course, that he's biased, and and therefore, through the questioning of Elaine, somehow, kind of by default, getting the answers that she asked, or Rottenborn asked, because by the lack of answering, because he couldn't answer. So there, to me, it seems just a technique to influence the jury to say that despite not him being able to answer, he still worked for Johnny Depp to create a smear campaign, which is BS, because we saw Amber Heard in the UK trial actually sleeping, and she brings her hand to her mouth, and then she pretends that she reminds herself that she had cream on the face, and she goes like, oops, oh yeah, my cream is still there, the cream, I still got the cream, oops, I have a nose, I have cheeks. And Camille, immediately shows her like immediately basically calls her out. You sleep there, eh? Anyway, I'm trying to be less biased in my, in my reporting, because of course, like I said, I'm interested also in the truth, right? I don't hate Miss Amber Heard or sisters or none of your or friends or whatever, I have absolutely no interest in creating hatred. I'm just interested in the truth. I got engaged in this. Of course, there is a bias towards Johnny, but we're doing just entertainment here. We're not judging anybody. We have no power over anyone. So we're just observing and also learning from this human interaction at this level. So, but yeah, not so much to see here, honestly, today. It's a little bit weird energy the last couple of days. I cannot explain, but I feel that some stuff can influence the jury towards Amber Heard. But again, the video that I posted today about the letter, I don't know if you have seen it. Guys, go check the videos. Just make it blow up. And also, just go see the video if you haven't of the letter, because that to me says a lot, Probably this cannot be brought to court, probably cannot be mentioned, I don't know. But for us, at least, that we are from the outside, it's actually quite a valuable document, because somehow gives you an insight from somebody that was very close to Amber's sister, Whitney. And it's a conversation and a communication directly addressed to her of what she knows this person, this ex-boss of Whitney. And to me, that's actually quite valuable. It's quite powerful, because it basically proves all that we have suspected, that Amber Heard was abusive towards her sister, was abusive towards JD, that in the claim of the letters, she says that she doesn't even know how JD managed to cope with that much of abuse, that JD was kind to witness, that he sympathized with her, that he was really caring for the traumas that she went through as a child, because probably could relate to it. And so there's so much, in that letter, there's so much information. And I think it's an official statement. It's not just something, this is an official statement. I'm not just saying something that somebody threw out there. I think she took responsibility for the letter. It's an official thing. It's on record, so to speak. I don't know if it is, but you know what I mean. So that's absolutely a powerful video, a powerful letter to read before we continue with this thing. But still, the energy of the last 2 days, it's been really weird. It's really like this character assassination. They brought up some people which, have all the interest also in kind of depicting JD a little bit on the shadier side, even though we're the very people that were shadier towards JD. But I still feel that energy of not necessarily being too helpful to the cause of JD. So let's see where it goes after this. If it gets a little bit more heightened, or we get some deposition from the side of JD, we get a little bit of clarification. This last also cop here, somehow they were trying to go after the fact that the cop maybe still not report anything, even though something happened. That was the old plan here of Elaine. But in a way, also actually proves that a cop, if she really thinks that something went on, they can act. And I can understand if one person is misjudging something, but I think 4 people, that's a different story. So in that way, I think their attempt of discrediting the cop, it might not be so good for them, for the Amber camp. I think actually, like some of you mentioned in the comment, that can backfire. So, guys, in the meanwhile, I'm gonna take I'm gonna take a pause. I'm gonna stop the stream. I'm gonna take a pause, but I come back right immediately, so don't worry. I'll just come right back. I just want to take a pause to eat something, to drink some water. Just a moment of pause, because then we have to run until 11 o'clock here. So I just want to thank you. We are 6,000 basically in the chat. Just fantastic, guys. I feel so proud of you. I'm so proud. I just want to say I feel so grateful. That's probably a better expression. I feel so grateful that you joining the chat. I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. There are many great channels on YouTube that they're covering this from the perspective of lawyers, prosecutors, people which they have low expertise, and I can totally understand why they're blowing up, and I'm super happy for them. But I'm so incredibly grateful that 6,000 of you are just here. We go through this together, yeah, I'll see you guys. I'll see you in a little bit, and always spread love. Don't forget that. Always spread love. We try to make the subject a little bit more bearable, just from a human perspective. we make it a little bit fun. I would interrupt more often, but I don't want to talk over it all the time. Otherwise, I will make more jokes when they come. Sometimes I have to restrain myself from reacting, unfortunately. Otherwise, I will make more jokes. Anyway, go check the other videos of the letter so you get a little bit of ground of what actually this letter is. So it can also, gives new perspective, new insight. It's new information that I think is super valuable. And then after the trial, I will try to cover new memes, like I'm doing every day. So stay tuned also for the meme video after the trial. There's always fresh memes on this trial. The internet is super fast, and I actually also enjoy kind of laughing and going through it with you guys. So, all right, let's stop the live for a second. Oh wow, Dina, thank you so much. Dina, thank you so much. Really, thank you so much. Well, I can also leave this. What I can do, I can leave the stream on, and I'm just gonna put off the camera and the audio, so that at least I can have a little bit of a moment of pause, and I'll see you back in a second. So I have also the camera that can reload a little bit, the other battery. All right, guys, I'm just gonna leave this on, so you can probably hear some reruns here, or some thoughts of the people sorry, I stopped it. I apologize.
Oh God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response.
All right, guys, I'm just gonna go for a moment.
I reacted in response to my foot. I just.
Dina, thank you so much, Dina.
I'm sorry,
thank you so much, Dina.
Your foot? That was why you punched me.
Yeah.
Just a moment of pause.
But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
All right, Philip Dubé and Dr. Coleman, we know you have to sign off at the top of the hour, so I want to get both of your takes on this testimony. Does anything stand out to you when you look at this recording in comparison to Heard or Depp's testimony on the incident? Catherine, I'll start with you.
Well, I do think that there's a lot that stands out to me during this recording. The fact that she, openly admits to punching him. Yet we've heard other recordings where she said, I didn't punch you, I hit you. She continues to be claimed to be the victim of domestic violence and not the perpetrator. Yet we have these recordings indicating that she did hit him.
And Philip, Amber Heard's side plans on calling Johnny Depp back to the stand. How could that be a risk or a benefit to their case? Have we heard enough from Johnny Depp, you think, already?
I think we have, because he's going to continue to deny the allegations. you know that old expression, primacy and recency. You don't want that to be the final word that the jury hears, that he didn't do it, that he didn't do it. You want to leave your case on a high note, showing that he was in fact the initial aggressor, that he was in fact, the bottle abuser, for lack of a better term. If you allow him back on the stand to further deny the allegations, I think it only bolsters his case.
And Catherine, who else can Amber Heard's side call to help her case?
I don't know that it sounds to me that they've called so many people already. And even if they are to call, people who can bolster her side of the case, Johnny Depp's team has just done such a fabulous job knocking down the credibility of pretty much anybody who witnesses in her defense.
And Philip, how many witnesses standing out to you aside from Amber Heard here? I mean, who have you liked hearing helping Amber Heard's case thus far?
Her makeup artist. She was absolutely fantastic, credible. I mean, she testified to all the injuries that she had to cover up. These were not some, blemishes from wearing too thick of makeup that caused, some eruptions on the skin. This was not somebody who accidentally scratched themselves when a fly was at their face. These were clear bruises around the bridge of her nose, cut to her lower lip. I mean, this was, in fact, what I call a fact witness. Raquel Pennington was also a fantastic witness. And, she's got no dog in the fight. They're estranged from one another. She gave some very compelling testimony about seeing injuries in the past.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Philip and Catherine, for joining us. Anjanette Levy is out in Fairfax, Virginia, and we'll have a Q&A coming up right up next. More Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard in just a moment.
Welcome to the second hour of For the Record here on the Law and Crime Trial Network. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia, where the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard is well underway. We are in the middle of Amber Heard's case, where she is defending herself against that defamation claim from Johnny Depp. Also, she is countersuing Johnny Depp for defamation. He wants $50 million from her. She's up the ante and wants $100 million. So it's a battle of the Hollywood exes in the smear game. We are taking your questions live this hour. Of course, thank you to our viewers on Twitch and YouTube for joining us. Submit your questions to us in the YouTube chat. Also, you can submit them to us on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch, and our great panel of experts will answer them for you. First up, though, we want to take a look at some of the testimony that we heard earlier today. We heard from a man named Bruce Witkin, and he was a longtime friend of Johnny Depp's, and then Witkin said they had a falling out. So let's listen to Bruce Witkin. He testified via videotape deposition. This was pre-recorded, and he talked about how they had this falling out, and it seemed like it kind of came as a surprise to him.
Bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and you know, there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You could tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah.
And they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Yes.
Have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
You know, when he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. You know, he brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up. You know, I have a vague memory of him hanging at Mance's house for a couple of days.
Do you know what kind of professional help, more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with Amber. That's my opinion.
Okay, so that's Bruce Witkin, a longtime friend of Johnny Depp's, and he is testifying. This is a witness for Amber Heard. In her case, he had a falling out with Johnny Depp. He said it took him by surprise. You heard him saying there that Johnny Depp could sometimes become jealous in his relationships with women and that it was often in his head. He talked about not trusting Dr. Kipper. So there were a number of things there that I'm sure Amber Heard's team will point to say, look, this guy was controlling, he was jealous, things of that nature, things that they've alluded to and said already through opening statements and other testimony. So let's talk about this. Remember, we are taking your questions live here from the Fairfax County Courthouse. So submit them on the YouTube chat, Twitter, Twitch, and Facebook, and we'll do our best to answer them. So joining me this hour, Lisa Lockwood, former SWAT team member and crime analyst. Lisa, it's so good to see you. I know we've been texting. And Matt Mangino, currently a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. So thanks to both of you for being with us this lunch hour. Talk to me, if you would, Matt Mangino, I'll start with you, about Bruce Witkin's testimony. How damaging is that to Johnny Depp, if at all?
Well, I think it's consistent with what we've heard throughout this trial, but we're also hearing it from a close, longtime friend who, of course, is now estranged from Johnny Depp. But again, the use of drugs and alcohol, the pervasive use of drugs and alcohol, even talking about using marijuana and drinking wine when he's supposed to be in his sort of sober state or recovering state. We also hear about this jealousness, which certainly is something that could be a precursor to domestic violence. People who get jealous, who get enraged because of this jealousy, can resort to physical harm. So I think that, again, lays the groundwork for what Amber Heard is trying to present to this jury, that in fact Johnny Depp was abusive and therefore his defamation case has no merit.
Lisa, look at this as if it's we're investigating a crime, a caper, a mystery, okay? And this is part of the puzzle, right? It's one of those puzzle pieces. It's a clue. As somebody who would look at a case and investigate it objectively, your thoughts on Bruce Witkin? Because Johnny Depp could say, look, we had a falling out, and now he's just bitter, and he's testifying for my ex. So how do you look at his testimony?
I think all the eyeballs, including the jurors, are looking at this and saying, how credible is he? He's been with Johnny since 1984. They've had a long, enduring relationship where they partied together. He never said they abused drugs, but they partied because that's what the culture was. And then all of a sudden he was cut out of his life. So is this guy sore in some capacity? We have to look at that as a factor for him potentially saying things that may be damaging. However, he comes across as authentic. He comes across as somebody who is telling the truth, who is scarred and hurt that he no longer has a relationship with Johnny. And he knows probably has nothing to gain right now because he has been completely cut out of his life. So if you were trying to get points with Johnny to get back in, this is not the way to do it. However, I do think that the authenticity is coming through and the jury is probably seeing that.
And you know what I think too, Lisa and Matt, we've heard, it seemed like the theme today was Johnny Depp cutting people out of his life. Tracy Jacobs, his former agent who had been with him since the beginning, and then also Bruce Witkin and the former business manager, the money man, Joel Mandel. So he severed ties with, it sounds like, quite a few people around the same time. All right, we are taking your questions as we've told you and as we've been doing every day. So let's get to some of those questions. Keep them coming on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube chat. The first question, I'll throw this one to you, Matt. Twitch, it comes from Twitch, Miss Ellie_R. She asks, how are video depositions from a considerable amount of time ago? As you've noticed, some of these were filmed or recorded in 2019, 2020, 2021. They're from a considerable amount of time ago, occurring prior to when this particular trial started. Why is that allowed in court? Matt, tell us why.
Well, as long as the person who's subject to the video deposition is also subject to cross-examination by the party who has not called that witness, then in fact that testimony would be admissible at trial. If you think about it, actually, some of this testimony is closer in time to the incidents that they're actually testifying about. So you could argue that their recollection is even fresher than it would be if they came here in person to testify. But as long as there's a cross-examination, and of course there's objections that are raised during these video depositions, the courts already resolved those objections in most instances, so it's not as though the court has to deal with that at the time. It actually speeds the process up to a certain extent as well. So it's done frequently in civil cases.
Interesting. And I do think it does speed things up. It might not be as compelling to watch because you don't have somebody live in the courtroom. However, you see they cut out a bunch of chunks. You see the quick edits there. And so it does kind of keep things moving along. All right, Lisa, this is a great question for you. It comes from @CharlieHK83 on Twitter. Question, and we believe this is about the penthouse incident from May 21st of 2016, kind of really the seed from which all of this whole thing sprouted. Is it a crime not to report domestic violence for friends and people on site, especially with Amber and with her claiming that she feared for her life? I think that's a great question, Lisa. You take it from here.
It really is. And we also seen the domestic violence officer on the scene who talked about the way that the police officers handled it. And were they right in leaving and not making an arrest and not creating an actual report or taking photos of the alleged crime scene? So was something wrong with the police and how they handled it? And we're getting to find out if that's true or not. So is it a crime for the police officer to not take a report if there is domestic violence and there are witnesses there? Absolutely, it's a crime for a police officer not to do that. However, if you have a reluctant witness, there are ways to try and further the investigation because they are fearful, and it happens a lot of times in domestic cases. So you open the investigation, you leave the scene, and then you continue with the interview. But everybody on that scene should have been interviewed by the police officers to find out if there was cause, if there was a crime.
So, Lisa, do you think they did drop the ball then, the cops who responded, both sets? Because remember, there were two separate calls with 4 different officers, 2 sets of 2.
Right, and I did hear the testimony from them. So if the scene, there's a disarray in the house where you're compelled to take pictures to say, let's take this a little bit further, there was no indication of that. So the police officers did not make that incident report. So that's not to say they didn't tour every single room to find out. I don't know that. I don't know if that came forward or not. So they would be defunct if they did not take the crime scene pictures. And also they had an obligation to interview everybody there. Her friends were there. There were witnesses. But she was the one who ultimately said, nope, it was just verbal. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You take that with a grain of salt, but I still believe in writing a report, especially in high-profile cases when you know it's going to come full circle.
Yeah, and just I think it's important we point out too, I believe Officer Sines testified that they did a sweep of the whole penthouse. So she was one of the first 2 officers. She was that first pair. They didn't have their body cameras. The second 2 did. All right, Matt Mangino, this is a great question for you. These are you guys have great questions. Keep them coming. I love these questions. This comes from Gerhard Van Niekerk. Gerhard Van Niekerk, I think that's a good German name, from Facebook, asks, during the trial, we heard a lot of recordings between JD and Amber. Who made the recordings? Did they record because they knew they would need them one day? Great question. Matt, what's your feeling on that?
Well, why else would you record something? If you're going to record something, you're thinking about using that at some future point. Otherwise, there would be no sense in making a recording. So obviously, these recordings were made with the idea that at some point, whether it's a criminal prosecution or it's a civil case or it's a divorce action, these tapes were going to be important. Memorializing these conversations and these incidents were going to be important. So I don't think you can think of recording in any other way but to preserve it for some future purpose, maybe not even knowing what that purpose is, but knowing hey, this is a tumultuous, toxic relationship. It's probably not going to end well, and I need to be able to substantiate my side of this story somewhere down the road.
And I just want to add to that just some little tidbits we heard from testimony from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Johnny Depp said he started recording her and told her he was going to do it because she would often deny what she had said to him, and he wanted her to be able to hear it. Amber Heard then said this was a way for them to help with their communication. That's why they were doing this. And she says, even though Johnny Depp said he didn't know she was recording sometimes, she said that they had discussed recording each other without permission. So I thought that was an interesting point, because we had talked quite a lot about that here on Law and Crime, about how, California is a two-party consent state and just the trust issue with spouses and not letting them know you're recording this, all that stuff. So we're going to take a quick break. Keep your questions coming on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. We love answering your questions. Submit them. We'll answer them. We have to take this break for the network, so stay with us on YouTube. It'll just be a few minutes. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. You're watching For the Record on Law and Crime. Welcome back to For the Record here on Law and Crime. We are coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse in Virginia. This is the lunch show. We're on a lunch break, so we're taking your questions live on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, submit them and we will answer them. And just a shout out to Gerhard. You know, I asked your question in the last block, Gerhard van Niekerk. I said it was a good German name. He's Dutch. He's from the Netherlands. So we are not ignoring you. We love you watching from the Netherlands. Thank you. Welcome to everybody from the Netherlands. So just a correction there. I stand corrected. All right, let's look at some testimony from Whitney Enriquez. She is the younger sister of Amber Heard, and she was called to testify for her sister yesterday, and she was the only live witness that we heard from yesterday. Everybody else was a videotaped deposition, and she's a big witness for Amber Heard and for Johnny Depp, because Johnny Depp said they were like really close, and she even said they were really close. He called her sis, she called him brother, all this stuff, and she was there on March 23rd of 2015 when there was this big blow-up fight between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Amber Heard had testified that she saw text messages on Johnny Depp's iPad between him and another woman, and that upset her. She went and woke Whitney up and said, he's cheating on me. Travis McGivern, the bodyguard, testified that he was called because Johnny Depp wanted to leave. Debbie Lloyd, the nurse, was also there, and there was this incident at the top of the stairs, and Travis McGivern had actually said that, you know, Amber Heard, he was trying to leave, and she punched him in the face to get him to, I guess, fight with her or something to that effect, but that's what Travis McGivern said. Well, Whitney Enriquez tells a totally different story. So let's listen to what Whitney Enriquez told the jury yesterday. We'll discuss on the other side.
But I'm standing up there talking, or I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs, and that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And again, I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my f***ing sister." She smacks him, lands one, and then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I hate you. I hate you both. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing, and he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night.
After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one. I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay.
All right, pretty interesting stuff about all of that. Now, I think I need to bring this up. Something happened on Cross, and I'm not sure a lot of people took notice, but I tweeted about this immediately yesterday after I heard the name Jennifer Howe. One of Depp's attorneys asked Whitney Enriquez, do you know Jennifer Howe? And she said yes. Well, guess what? Apparently, they were really good friends, and after she moved out of the penthouse, she moved to Jennifer Howe's apartment and stayed with her for a while. Jennifer Howe filed a declaration with the court after the UK testimony and the UK trial of Whitney Enriquez, saying that Whitney Enriquez told her a totally different story about what happened on the staircase. Jennifer Howe wrote in this court document that Whitney Enriquez said that Johnny Depp was hit by Amber Heard, not the other way around. And she said apparently that she feared that Amber Heard would kill Johnny Depp. This is what this Jennifer Howe woman says. So, Matt Mangino, my question to you is, do they bring that up? Because that document, that declaration is hearsay, right? So they bring up Jennifer Howe. Are they going to call Jennifer Howell on rebuttal to impeach the testimony of Whitney Enriquez? They only asked about her. They didn't say anything about what Jennifer Howell reported saying in this document.
Well, yeah, I think they're setting the groundwork for her acknowledgement, Whitney's acknowledgement that she knows Jennifer Howell. Certainly, they can't use that document as it exists to impeach the testimony of Whitney, but they could call Jennifer Howell as a witness and have her testify as to what she had heard immediately after this incident from Whitney. So this is twofold. Number one, the testimony that you heard from her, if it's believable, if it's credible, is very damning, because it says that Johnny Depp grabbed Amber Heard by the hair and hit her in the face. That's the root of this case. Was he abusive toward Amber Heard? But on the other hand, you have these situations where, number one, you already have a witness who's testified contrary to what Whitney has just testified to, and you now have a potential witness out there who could say that she said something different in the past about what happened during that incident. So it's very important testimony, and it can go either way depending on how Johnny Depp's attorneys handle this.
But will we hear from Jennifer Howell in rebuttal? I think that's the only reason they brought her up, Matt. And I want to let you know that earlier this week, I had actually reached out to Jennifer Howell, and her publicist returned my email, and I told her why I wanted to talk to her, and she said she's not talking to the press. Well, guess what? Jennifer Howell posted a message on her Instagram story. It says, and I quote, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." It's a quote from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. She posted that about 20 hours ago, so after her name was mentioned in court. So I really think we're going to hear from Jennifer Howell. All right, let's move on and take some questions. Lisa Lockwood on Twitch. This comes from 3FM7DB3. In regards to the LAPD domestic abuse deposition, my question is, what is the narrative the AH team is trying to portray? That the LAPD officers didn't do a good job in observing, investigating, reporting of the alleged abuse? That's the question. And what is the impact of this narrative? Perfect question for you, Lisa Lockwood.
Yes, because obviously the goal is to say that the police department failed in their duty. We have somebody who was a victim of a crime and they did not go forward with it. But what was interesting is when you pointed out that there was no way that they knew it was a celebrity at that address, and they didn't even recognize Amber. So it's not about protecting a celebrity. They also have a unit specifically assigned to training on domestic violence to look to see if the alleged victim is trying to hide the abuse because they're still fearful of their offender. And that's when you would want to make sure that you follow up with the investigation and get the name of the offender, get the name of the husband. Who is he? Where are they? Let's get a telephone number and let's continue with the investigation. Because they did not do that, even with the training that they have, does not mean that they failed in their job. They arrived, they went there twice. As you said, they did a full sweep of the apartment, still did not find probable cause to notate this as a crime. So two different officers, two different times, dealing with the same people on the premises, still no sign of injury because they would have been obligated to take a photo of it, and they didn't do it. So, yes, the idea is let's implicate LAPD, say that they were negligent in their job and in their work, and Amber was truly a victim in that situation.
And Officer Sines, I believe, her testimony was that she was trained in investigating domestic violence. So, and I think she had a newbie kind of police officer with her that day. So, yeah, they said they didn't know who Amber Heard was. They didn't know it was her. Io Tillett Wright is the one who called 911, her friend. They didn't know Johnny Depp lived there. They didn't know it was his apartment. So, I think thinking everybody was circling the wagons to protect Johnny Depp, I'm not sure that's going to go anywhere. Also, they said she wasn't cooperative. Nobody was cooperative, and they left the business card there in case she wanted to file a report, which she didn't, but days later she did file for the domestic violence TRO. All right, my question, if you are taking it, this comes from Jenny White on Facebook. Has Johnny taken any accountability for his hand in the destruction, I think is what she meant to type, of the relationship, damage to his career, damage to property, and lastly, damage mentally, physically, verbally to Amber Heard? Matt Mangino, has Johnny Depp taken any responsibility in this, in your opinion?
Well, I don't think he has. Obviously, I mean, I think he's made some statements about this was a toxic relationship and that sort of thing. But he can't. He can't take any responsibility, certainly for any emotional or physical or sexual abuse, because that is what this case is all about. This case is about the position that he's never physically abused, sexually abused Amber Heard, and that he's never abused any woman. And in fact, he is the subject of abuse in this case. And so, you know, I'm sure that you'd like to sit there and say, well, you know, there were good days and bad days, and I shouldn't have done certain things. But this is a civil lawsuit in which he's suing her, she's countersuing him. It's tough to take any responsibility under these circumstances, even if he wanted to, and I don't think that he can at this point.
Sure, because he says it wasn't true, and she says it wasn't true. So, but it's going to be up to the jury, right? They're the ones who are the finders of fact. They're the truth determiners, I guess, if that's even a word. All right, we are taking your questions here on our YouTube Q&A. It's the lunch show. Keep the questions coming on our YouTube chat, Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. We will answer them. We have to take this quick break for the network, so YouTube people, you viewers, stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes. You are watching For the Record on Law and Crime, live from the Fairfax County Courthouse. Welcome back to For the Record, our lunch show here on the Law and Crime Trial Network. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are coming to you live from the Fairfax County Courthouse here in Virginia. We are on a lunch break in the trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and we are taking your questions live on our YouTube channel. So keep the questions coming. They're awesome. Submit them in the YouTube chat, on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch, and we will answer them the best we can. All right, so this morning we heard from Tracy Jacobs, and this is a woman who was with Johnny Depp from the very beginning. She represented him for, I think she said, more than 30 years, right? Well, he parted ways with her around the same time that he parted ways with Bruce Witkin, his friend. You know, these things seem to all happen around the same time. And so let's listen to Tracy Jacobs. She was his agent. She represented him, as I said, from the very beginning, talked about the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise and how he just made so much money off of that, meaning that she made money off of that. So the more money these people make, the more their representatives make because they get a percentage. So she was being questioned by Amber Heard's attorney, and she brought up the reasons why Depp was struggling to land jobs in the last 10 years or so. So this was pretty interesting testimony. Let's listen to what Tracy Jacobs had to say.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, "You're a difficult client." I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, "You've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you." And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew. But crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk. It's a small community. And it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on a plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Okay, Matt Bangino and Lisa Lockwood, I am very interested in this testimony, and I'm going to tell you why. So he is with her, Johnny Depp is with Tracy from the very beginning, and I'm talking like I know this woman, Tracy Jacobs. I don't know her, but Tracy, I called her Tracy, but Tracy Jacobs. And Christian Carino, who represented both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp after Tracy Jacobs, said that this stuff was not a big deal, that they knew that what they were getting when they hired Johnny Depp. So him being late to set was kind of like, well, you know, you're working with Johnny Depp and that's what happens. But she's basically saying, she was telling him, dude, you got to cut this out. You've got to quit, you know, with the drinking and all of this stuff. And you're getting late and people are complaining. I'm getting yelled at. So, and now Jack Wiggum, his agent now, and for the last few years, is talking about, you know, how he was canceled after basically all of this domestic violence stuff happened. So which one is it? Is it Tracy Jacobs saying that his career was in free fall and taking a dip because of him being late to set and stuff like that? Or is it Christian Carino, who testified, he was a Depp witness, who said Hollywood knew what they were getting when you were getting Johnny Depp. You knew you were getting a big star, that he was going to be late. And I think he had this funny quote where he said they can put up with like you being like with being a diva and drugs, I think is what Christian Carino said. But, you know, other stuff they're not going to put up with, such as domestic violence. Matt, what do you say?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, and it's like, you know, is the glass half empty or is the glass half full? I mean, what's causing, you know, sort of the demise to a certain extent of Johnny Depp's career? I mean, I understand that you have a certain reputation, you know, if you're a drinker or you're late and you're hungover on the set, and it'll be tolerated, but who's it going to be tolerated by? I mean, are you going to get the big marquee jobs that you've had in the past, or are you going to continue to act maybe in the films that aren't the top of the line? I mean, you know, these producers, these directors, there's a lot of money involved in these cases. I mean, in these movies, you know, how much are they going to put up with? And if you're hungover, if you're drinking, if you're late to the set, you being the best, most productive actor that you can be. I mean, I think that's common sense to a certain extent. We've heard time and time again about the drug use, the alcohol use, you know, near blackouts. I mean, that's going to impact your job performance. And his job is an actor. So how can we not acknowledge that that's going to have an impact on your ability to be the top form of what you do?
Lisa Lockwood, Hollywood, Christian Carino says, will put up with divas and drugs. They won't, according to Richard Marks, put up with domestic violence and sexual assault allegations. So your thoughts on the difference between the testimony of Christian Carino, Depp's former agent, and Tracy Jacobs, Depp's former agent? Because Tracy Jacobs says it was the drugs and the being late. Christian Carino said they knew what they were getting, and they kind of accommodate for that. They make plans for that. They you know, that's what it is. What it is, basically.
Right. And the question that I would say for Tracy Jacobs is, the last 10 years that you said he was late to set and the complaints continued, he was never fired from a job, and he continued to get work in those 10 years with that diva kind of character. So they still were offering him films, and they just realized that's going to be part of our loss on set, that we're going to be paying all of the crew extra money because he will be late. So I think that's what they'd been dealing with it. And when Johnny did his full sweep with letting everybody go, you better believe somebody who had been in his life and helping his career for close to 30 years, as you mentioned, is going to be sore about it. He made her work a little bit hard in those last 10 years, allegedly. And, you know, now she's not reaping the benefits of any money, future money that would come to Johnny, because I think potentially when this is all said and done, if it is proven that he was not the aggressor in these